Hello everyone, I'm Cosmic and we are back today with Paper Mario. Like 3 minutes before the stream, my Pro Controller decided not to work, so I was messing around with that. Okay. I feel like for sure we're getting the last star today, but I don't know if we're going to finish the game today because I don't know how long the very last chapter is, and we still haven't done a lot of things, honestly. I feel like we've done a lot, but we haven't finished the trials, the trial of 100, and we haven't done like any cooking at all. You know, I feel like there's some small things that we just haven't gotten to. Frankie. I'm gonna try my best to also remember all these names. I know it's been a couple weeks. Yeah. I know Frankie's from Pianta Parlor though. Knew that one. He said to meet on the west side, so shouldn't he be somewhere over here? My sense of direction off again. Oh geez, I'm gonna have to get used to this. I'm used to the Pro Controller. This one feels a bit off. No, west is complete off sense of direction right now. Okay. The news about the Oblivion remake is also distracting me today. I don't intend on getting it for many reasons. But we'll see what happens. It's a little bit too like Dragon Age Veilguard, where it's like I don't have an intention to get it, but at some point I might for the sake of just playing it on the channel. Bethesda's done a lot of... It's got a lot of history and a lot of messed up stuff. In terms of how it treats its fans, especially. You taking on my trouble? Well, I'm glad it's somebody tight-lipped, that's all. See, after returning from Keelhaul Key, I lost my wedding ring. Believe that? And I can't really look for it in front of Francesca, so you've gotta find it. I know I lost it after I got back to Roqueport, so it's somewhere in town, I'm sure. If she finds out, I'll be yelling, I love you a billion times, so you gotta do it. So. Lost the wedding ring, okay. I just want to double check and make sure. Maybe I should wait for the Bethesda conversation for a little bit, maybe even towards the end of the stream. Okay, it could be at the port. Oh no. Oh, okay, so something I've been doing in my off time in between my projects is modding Skyrim, which is almost a project in itself because there's so much to do. Especially when Skyrim has updated and you need to update the mods along with it. Sorry, I'm trying to get used to the controls again. There is a jump, right? She does that, I know, but... Yeah, okay. There we go, that's the jump. As soon as I was thinking about the jump, I saw the noose in the background. That's not like a dark joke, is it? Wait, can I? Crazy to have a noose in a Mario game. They just don't do stuff like that anymore. Somewhere in town. Yeah, he said somewhere in town, so it should be down the grate, right? Because honestly, if you lost the ring on the way back, then I would assume that it like fell off your finger and into the grate. Oh? I did it! I totally struck oil! There were times that I was covered in dust, weak and ready to give up, but I never lost sight of the dream, and one day I finally seized it. And you believed me in all this time, Mario. You sure did. Thank you so much. I want to return your loan with a little more to show my appreciation. Please take this, 600 coins. Sick. Boy, thanks for everything. Now you have some capital to start your own venture. Just don't let your dream die, Mario. I know you'll make it some way, just like I did. And also, I kept a journal of my trip. Do you want to read it? Oh boy. The night before. I'm finally off tomorrow. I filled my pack with cheese and I'm ready to go. My to-do list is crossed off. I owe so much to all my investors, not just money. The old get-rich-quick dream, but this is different. I have a reason. See, I owe it to my hometown. It's so cold there, people are constantly shivering. If I find oil and send it there, then people can use it to heat their homes. Trying to put a morally good reason on it so that the player doesn't feel guilty. Oil will make me rich and them happy. It seems to be the perfect goal, right? I have always had this dream since I was very small. Of course, getting rich is a big part of it too, but who doesn't want money? Money, money, cover me with it, please! Well, enough for tonight. Yeah, that's a little embarrassing. Read another? If he became like a Scrooge McDuck, that would have been awesome. The buzzer fiend. Why did it have to turn out like this? I got to Toad Town by boat, then took a train to the foot of Mount Rugged. Unfortunately, you can only get from Mount Rugged to dry desert on foot, and tragically waited for me as I slogged faithfully up that winding trail. It was a huge, awful vulture. I had read about it in my travel brochures. your travel brochures. Wait. He is going to another country and taking their oil, taking the resources. His mother accosted all travelers on Mount Rugged. I hightailed it, but Buzzer had me in his sights. I felt a piercing jolt as its claws dug deep into my backpack. After dropping me onto a cliff, Buzzer seems to forget me and disappear. I let out a sigh of relief, but when I touched my back, I noticed my pack was gone. My pack. And it was all my food and money to start the operation. No! That mangy buzzard made off with everything of importance to me. All I have left is this journal, a shovel to dig for oil, and my life. But perhaps living is a miracle enough, or so I'd like to believe. But now I can't turn back. I climb down the mountain to the desert. The dry desert sprawls out before me, beckoning dreamers and fools. I am both, and I am set out with heart and full of dread. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing. Read another. I think a thing about some of these, like this whole side thing with Luigi and with him, I feel like those could be their own games. You know, I feel like they could actually have fun with it. A helping hand. I am now at a place called Dry Outpost. Someone pulled me lifeless and parched from the merciless desert floor. There was a Koopa with a fine mustache named Colorado. An angel in a pith helmet. He was a world-traveling adventure archaeologist. First Cortez and now this. I told him about Buzzer, and my quest for oil and my dreams of richness and worth for my people. After I spoke at length, he gave me food and water. I asked him why he should be so kind, and he looked into the distance and said, "Turning one's back on an ambitious dreamer invites others to do the same to you, old boy. I just want to believe in every dream this sad old world can muster. This guy, he still chases his own dreams, dusty dreams of archaeology." We stayed up all night discussing each other's dreams. It was great. A reliable guide. I am now at a desert oasis. After Colorado left, I set out from Dry Outpost to find my digging point. But the desert is so wide, it's impossible to find anything without a guide. I had no idea where I was going, and my head was splitting in the heat. My throat was burning and scratchy. Was I awake? Was I asleep? I heard a voice calling to me from far away. "Hey, are you a nice guy? If you're a nice guy, then give me something nice." I didn't have the food or water I received from Colorado. I had nothing. "Why do you lie here if you are a nice guy? Give me a nice thing and I will help." I croaked. All I have is my dream. When I next awoke, I was at this oasis. "You're awake," I heard. There was a little... You could have given him your journal. Or your pen. Pencil, maybe? There was a little Mauser there in a gray head scarf. "My name is Mustafa. You had nothing to give, but I had something... But I got something nice anyway. I don't know how or why, but it seems like I've been saved by yet another stranger. Do you need a guide? If there is somewhere you want to go, I will take you." Unbelievable, I actually found a reliable guide. We're the digging point. We're here. I'm finally at the spot where I'm supposed to dig for oil. I was told to draw a line from a blue cactus to a cactus-like rock. I went north to a precise distance from the exact termination point. I ended up here, at a point between Dry ruins and the oasis. Mustafa has guided me this far with skill and bravery. He said you are a nice guy, your dream will come true. Mustafa believes this. Once again reinforcing the idea that he's actually a good person. He left then, leaving me to my own to fight this battle on my own. All I have to do is dig here until I find oil, that's all. I stocked up on lemons and limes at the oasis, so I should last a few days. Lemons and limes? How much citrus are you having? You need a balanced diet. I must find that oil. I'm also kind of curious. I mean, it's a Mario world, I don't think it would apply, but is citrus bad for rats? It looks like it might be, yeah, it says avoid harmful foods such as onions, citrus fruits, walnuts, grapes, raisins, and chocolate. So he's like killing himself. The long dig. I'm digging for oil now and my hands shake as I write these perhaps final words. I have been digging from sunup to sundown, but still no sign of that sweet crude. Maybe I've just picked up on a dry spot in this cursed desert. In this cursed desert. But I'm sure this is where Mervulel told me to dig. Yes, I'm sure of it. There's no more food or water, and even my hopes have dwindled to nothing. This is it. My dream dies here with me under these unforgiving skies. My dream. My? Wait, no, this is not it. My dream is of something else. Yes, something else. Dig. Keep digging. I must keep digging. Arms move. Body work. Find oil. Embarrassing, that's dark. Hi, Antonio. A wrap up. It's nice to be back. I don't know if you've heard about it today, but there's been an Oblivion remake today, and I'm thinking about talking about Bethesda later in the stream, but I have very mixed feelings about it. I am now back on a boat, back to Deer Roadport. I did it! I finally struck oil in that dry desert! I have left the day-to-day operation to my men in the field and now return home. When did you acquire men in the field? And all came true, striking it rich, finding oil, my dream. But somewhere along the way, this became more than just my dream. So many people have helped me to make this dream happen, so many. You had nothing to give, but I got something nice anyway, dear Mustafa. I just want to believe in every dream in this sad world can muster. Ah, Colorado. People who lent me money and gave me food and showed me the way. So many hands reaching out to help me. I must do something for all of them. That feeling has pushed me even harder. I got 600 gold coins from him, by the way. I must share this feeling with the people who helped me as I struggled. I must share these words that have seared themselves into my heart. Dreams come true, Lumpy. Okay. I need to find... I'm on the side mission to find Frankie's wedding ring. He says it's somewhere around town. Okay, not there. I don't see a reason why it would be on a roof. Like his wedding ring, it shouldn't be up there. And then my initial thought before you said it was in town was that it could be like it could have fallen down the crate. Oops. Sorry, Toad. Oh, whoa. Did I hit the wrong button? Maybe I did. I mentioned earlier that I had a bit of a late start because my Pro controller is not starting up for whatever reason. So basically I had to give up on that one and use the normal Switch controller, which is felt a bit weird. I'm used to the the Pro at this point. And I'm hoping I don't get drift. What does she have? Huh, she doesn't have some of the good stuff I remember her having. Unless it's over here? No. Oh, maybe I was able to get her to change her mind there. It's the first time she's been like, oh, maybe I should give attention to my kids. Maybe you're right there. Can I get baby Yoshi out so they can move around faster? Is it in that spot back here? Oh no, my family's kind of like that too, kid. Not that we never talk, but just we all tend to go off and do our own things and then come together later. Even when I was younger, it was like that. I mean, okay. I need to check the roof up here. Do I have stuff to upgrade my companions? Yes, I can upgrade 2 of them. Okay. I do want to get Yosh. Shazubri! Shazubri! Skip. We can power up 1 more. To also make Mario dodgy, that's kind of good. I feel like Hoops... I'll come back to this in a minute, but we can do one more. This is what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna give it to Coops. And then hopefully we can get the other two. Like we can do a Mervuli thing. I do have a bunch of money now, so it shouldn't be as much of a problem to ask. Or for tips if need be. I'm like wondering if somebody stole it at this point, or if I just missed it somewhere. Oh, I haven't done anything with this guy either. Doesn't he like pay for different stories? I have to do something else for him. What should I do, huh? I wonder if I'm just that dumb. Huh? Dumb's a funny word. Like, is it these people? Those people are filthy rich. They border on creepy. Sure wouldn't mind going there to one day start in trouble. Yeah, I am so missing wherever it is. Is that it up there? I think that is. How the heck? Okay, see, like, this is a... Frankie, how the heck did you lose it up here? Like, what were you doing? You said you lost it, like, on the way back from the boat. This is where you would think. Explain to me, Frankie! You found it? My ring. Thanks, Mario, from the bottom of my heart. Now take this reward. You didn't even explain to me! I haven't even able to look at her lately. In the eye lately. I kind of miss her now. So if you'll excuse me. Franny! Okay. It changed locations between where was it before then? Was it in a place that made more sense? That made more sense but was perhaps too obvious? Okay. I forgot the code of my briefcase! I'll be sacked for this for sure. Maybe in front of the hot dog stand in Glitzville. Okay. Glitzville's is 3. Oh, between... Okay. But still, where was it in the alternate version, basically? There he is. Hey, buddy. Oh, you're that fellow, so you're the one who accepted my request? Well, here's the thing, I forgot the code for the lock on my briefcase. And the prototype of our company's new product is inside. This is a big deal. If I don't figure out how to get into that briefcase, I'll be sacked for sure. I see. I mean, even that makes a little bit more sense, yeah. Why would he climb the wall? About that briefcase code, see, I'm a real chair fanatic. Yeah, like anything you sit on. I use the number of chairs in the houses I visited on business as the code. Don't judge me, I know it's weird. You gotta visit those places and count the chairs. The code has 4 digits, so here are the locations of the chair. Ready? Oh shit. Yes, tell me now. Coop's house. Okay, next. Flurry, you've had business with this man? Now I kind of wish I had her out for his quest. Yeah, he's kind of got like the Pokemon rat tail going on. Non-Pianta. This is like a wide range of clients. And places. Hello, Sensei! Welcome back! And Toodle's house. I don't remember Toodles as much. And Poshly. Okay. Oh, you count the chairs in her garden. Excellent. Okay. Anything you sit on. Yes, I'm finally back. Did you hear about the Oblivion remake? Sensei? I'm thinking about talking about that a little bit. Oops. Yeah, but I got like 3 different projects in a row, and then when I sat down, and I couldn't really relax on Thursday last week, to be honest, because of like all that stress was still hanging over. And when I finally sat down basically and had a sort of free day, I realized that like the day after was, or I remembered that it was like a birthday for a family member the day after, and I was like, oh crap, I need to like do stuff to prepare for that instead, and so I took that day off. And then on top of that, there was the other small lingering little project thing that I had to do. I was like, yeah, let's just put it off again. I think most of them went well or okay. This is Coop's house. Coops! Tell me the number of chairs in your house. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so Coops' house in Petalburg has 2 chairs. Yeah, stuff's been kicking my butt too. Studies can get demanding. They did a remake for Oblivion in Unreal Engine. And just to improve basically the visuals. It looks like a lot of other things were not patched or, you know, messed with. I'm not sure if they were mentioning something about when I was watching through their opening reveal kind of for Oblivion, they had mentioned something about the voice acting, like potentially updating it is something that they did. But it sounds sort of similar. But I don't know if they revoiced some of the lines, which I hope that that doesn't detract from any of the quality of the original. Bethesda has had a lot of troubles in the past with their business practices. Honestly, since the start, they've had some issues with that. I recommend watching... I'm gonna give a name for the YouTuber too. Bethesda... It's gonna be filled with Oblivion remake stuff right now. Yeah, there we go. Selwyn? Selwyn's How Bethesda Destroyed Its Reputation goes into this much better than I do, and it goes back to the more so the start of the company. But in recent years, in recent times, let's start with from Skyrim. So Bethesda had a huge success with Skyrim, but if you play Oblivion and then you play Skyrim, you realize how in some ways Bethesda went with their motto of making the game simpler, and how that actually kind of made some of the narratives within Skyrim worse than the ones in Oblivion. So on a narrative level, it affected that there. I think it also impacted some of the visuals of Skyrim, meaning just that when you play Oblivion, in Oblivion, the towns tend to have a more distinct look to them than some of the Skyrim towns. And then after Skyrim, people are like, oh, like, they're gonna make the Elder Scrolls 6, or they're gonna, you know, go into this. After Skyrim, they went into Fallout 4, and Fallout 4 was not as successful, and did a lot of things that Fallout fans did not enjoy. Okay, one sec, I gotta count the amount of chairs. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6. I'm counting the footrest as a chair, because he said anything that can be sat upon. Fallout 4, when I played it, somehow had even worse story elements to it than Skyrim. And honestly, Fallout 4 feels even emptier than Skyrim to me. It did not have as much charm. It didn't feel, oops, like a ton of effort was put into it. The AI for like the NPCs was just as bad as Skyrim. They did not improve that. In some cases, I think it actually might have been worse. But I don't know if modded Skyrim has just made the AI better for me over the years, and I can't, you know, tell in terms of that as well anymore. Anyways. Yeah, Fallout 4, you start out with such a strong start, like sort of, narratively, where your character is a survivor of the fallout and somebody shot your husband and took your kid. And so the goal is, oh my goodness, I gotta find my kid, right? But then like the main story doesn't really the game, you just fall into, like, I'm like, why am I doing this when I should be trying to find my kid? Why am I helping all these other people with settlements when I'm trying to find my kid? Why am I the only person who can build settlements? Why can't any of these other people make settlements? The guilds. Oh my goodness. Okay. So in terms of the settlements too, they're like, there's an infamous Bethesda panel where what I mean by Bethesda has a thing about making the game simpler is that they have a panel where this one of the like main people working at Bethesda was like it's like, you can craft this beautiful story and write it down in this little book in the game and leave it for people to read, but you know what? They're not gonna read it. They're gonna make an airplane out of it and throw it around and stuff, so you want to make the game simpler. And it's like, no, a lot of people actually do. A lot of people, some of your like dearest fans are the ones that love your lore and want to have better stories in your in your stuff. And that really, you can see it impacting their games, but you can especially see it from like Oblivion to Skyrim and from Skyrim to Fallout 4. And what I was gonna say about the settlements with Fallout 4 was that if you think about, Skyrim has 9 holds, I believe. I'm remembering right? Around 9 holds. Okay, I need to go back up to report. And in Fallout 4, there's only like, I think 4, like, cities? There's like so much less settlements and people, it's just so... And I get that it's supposed to feel more barren, but I don't think it should be like less populated, if you will. He said Don Pianta, not Pianta Parlor. So I'm gonna go up this way. Okay, anyways, after Fallout 4, which we can have more in-depth conversation about too, they, instead of releasing like an Elder Scrolls 6 or starting to work on it, they instead released a special edition for Skyrim. And to be fair, if you already had Skyrim, they gave you the special edition for free. Now, the special edition, while it had mildly updated graphics and it had cleaner loading screens in time, it was also pretty much just the same game as vanilla and retained many of the breaking bugs that were in the game. For example, there is a sword in the game that if you hit an enemy with it, it immediately staggers the enemy. This is not an intended effect of the sword. Okay? The sword is not supposed to instantly stagger an enemy if they're hit, but it does. And it still does, even in the special edition. And you could just break the game with the sword so easily. But anyways, there's just, the point is they made a special edition, but it's just mildly improved graphics and better loading screens, like barely polished a little teeny bit. They were like here. I do remember something about special edition when it first came out, where if you had it on Steam, like if you had normal Skyrim on Steam, then you would receive special edition. But if you had Skyrim for like Xbox, you couldn't like go into GameStop and ask for special edition. You had to pay for it again, which pissed off some fans. Now there's a whole bunch of things with special edition. Okay, let's see, 1, 2, 2 again? Looks like 2 chairs again. Now, in Special Edition, they also did another thing. So, number one, Skyrim has... I think if you bought it on PlayStation, they would have still made you, like, buy it again or something like that. I think that was the problem, was that console players were basically shafted by this. The other thing with Special Edition is that they started to provide, there's a very large modding community for Skyrim, and this modding community is really what's kept Skyrim alive and popular. I mean, I'm not saying that Skyrim itself did not have, you know, a lot of things to do and fun times to have if you wanted to. But the modding community really has been able to add a lot of replayability, right? Which is what's keeping it, you know, the way it is. But every time they updated, and they still do this, they update Skyrim Special Edition, they break the mod list, because very basic mods that are needed for every single mod list get like broken. They have to be updated along with Special Edition. And so them continually updating a game with things that aren't even really fixing the game, and instead just breaking everyone's mod list, which the mods do fix the problems in the game, it was just pissing everybody off, right? And then on top of that, what happened with some of these updates is that they finally added transactions into Skyrim Special Edition. They added Creation Club content, okay? And this Creation Club content is once again just microtransactions trying to be like, oh, do you really want like this armor set that you could honestly get from modders instead of like on here? You get it from the Creation Club. And even worse than that, they attempted to do paid mods. Now, I have no problem donating to mod authors and showing appreciation for people that have put so much work into a game that they love to make it enjoyable for other people. This isn't the problem. The problem is Bethesda would get these modders in a contract so that they could then, you know, have the paid mods and have it on Creation Club. Bethesda and its subsidiary would then take almost all the profit for the paid mod, and the mod author would only get around 25%. So basically this one person put in all the work and added something really nice and fan-made to their game, which they are too lazy to add stuff to, and they are trying to benefit from their work. And it was disgusting. Okay, let me find Toodle's house as I'm going into this. And so this modding community like pretty much boycotted it. Nobody wanted anything to do with it. And sometime later on, they realized that nobody was getting the Creation Club content because like nobody wants it, right? And they then tried to repackage, they then tried to repackage the Creation Club content to sound like it's another upgraded version of Skyrim by saying Anniversary Edition. And so basically you're just getting all the Creation Club content in a pack when you thought that you were actually upgrading Skyrim somehow. Was how like it was like a trick, right? If it said all Creation Club content package, nobody would have bought it, but by purposely saying Anniversary Edition, it made it sound like Special Edition, like it was a new edition of the game. So in terms of Skyrim, if you ever want to play Skyrim, what I recommend is that you wait for it to go on sale on Steam and you only get the Special Edition. Because the modding community is still more active on the Special Edition version of the game than on old Skyrim. At least from what I have seen. And avoid Anniversary Edition, or you can even get you can still get the base game, like the base Skyrim, and mod it with like the mods that are on that community page. But what I will say is that there's like the loading screen times were actually improved in Special Edition, right? So there are some things that you'll have to deal with. Is this her house? Is this Toodles? This is like the Bomb-Omb's house, right? This isn't Toodle's house. One sec, let me look up, because it's been a little bit. Paper Mario Toodles. Yes, it's the wealthy mushroom lady over here. Now, after all that was with Skyrim, once again, they had another game that came out, which was Starfield. And if you know anything about Starfield, you know that it was a major flop. They released an incredibly broken game. Did not learn anything about improving narrative or dialogue. Worse loading screens, just everything. One. 3, 4, 5. We got 5 chairs in Toodle's house. Or at her place. Okay. So they basically released like a broken mess of a game that didn't even have that compelling of a narrative to make people stay and stick around for it. At least from what I have seen, heard, I never got Starfield because I was already annoyed enough at them for all the other crap that they have been putting Skyrim modders through. And then recently, once again, instead of having a new game, having a new, attempting an Elder Scrolls 6, or a new, oh, I didn't even mention, with Fallout 4 there was also Fallout 76, which was a mess of a game. They tried to make Fallout 4 a multiplayer version of the game. And they had a team that had never worked on multiplayer before working on it. And I mean, I don't even entirely blame the team. Because it's ultimately it's Bethesda that released it in the state it was and still tried to profit off of it because once again they added microtransactions into Fallout 76. Just just so much. Wait a sec. Gotta go back to the rat. I didn't mean to talk to you. There's just so much with this company. Now I am very fond of, or I should say I really enjoyed Oblivion. So Skyrim was my first game and it has the most active modding community, I think arguably ever. But it has one of the most active modding communities, so I tend to play that more. But like 4 years back, I decided to try Oblivion because I had heard that its narrative was actually better than Skyrim's. And it turned out, in my opinion, my experience, to be true. So in that case, like, Oblivion has a bit of a soft spot for me because I'm like, oh, I really enjoy this game even though I don't get to play it as often. It has some better quests than Skyrim for the Elder Scrolls. So it's really... I don't want to encourage Bethesda, which is why I don't really want to get the game, and I think I will even play the original Oblivion again, possibly over getting this game. But this one's good spell. It's such a mess. Also, I heard... Now, I was trying to look for reviews on the game to see how it's being received so far. Some people are like really, really excited about it because they love Oblivion, which is fair. Other people are having a ton of issues with the game's performance and optimization, as their worlds will go from like the solid stable 60 FPS inside and then go down to like 30 to 40 FPS below outside, or even crash. Some people have even crashed so far, so yeah, there's that, which of course, you know, Bethesda always optimizes their game. 2. There we go. Excuse me, good sir. What? Sorry. You're gonna combine my company's famous hot sauce with the Stan's hot dogs. We're gonna call it the hottest dog. I was sure it'd be a hit. I shouldn't give up so easily. Yeah, well, maybe you're right. Okay. I'll do it. I'll just have to convince the hot dog guy. I'm on it. I won't leave this place until I convince him. Well, thanks for all your help. Here's your reward. What? Your inventory's full? I'll leave it here so you can pick it up anytime. My inventory's full. Yeah, this isn't necessarily stuff I wanna... Hot dog is... Hottest dog is AC? What? Hottest dog is an actual recipe. So if I get a hot dog from the hot dog stand and I put the hot sauce on it with the cooking lady, I can unlock a recipe? Are you looking at the Oblivion remake right now? Or the original game? Yeah. Only in the remake I can do this? So, every Elder Scrolls game kind of has some recurring elements to it, different guilds or ideas that are reoccurring. So if you think about Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood, which is the Assassin's Guild, versus Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood, you see a major change in writing, in attitude towards it. There's these like assassins or killers in Skyrim are like cracking puns at you for doing like a contract, while in Oblivion it'll be like Sithis has received another soul, thank you, you know, kind of more energy to it, which kind of makes sense for the Dark Brotherhood, because the Dark Brotherhood is basically an assassin's guild or a cult following the god of the void. So having that tone to it from Oblivion makes more sense than being like, ah ha ha, you killed a Miller in cold blood, or whatever. It's just so strange when you go between the two games. Okay, wait. In here. Dog with the hot sauce. Yeah. The NPC timing in Skyrim and Oblivion is impeccable. Okay. And that's actually one of the few things where the Skyrim modding community will try to add things to be more immersive, you know, to make it more realistic. And I'm like, you know, I actually don't think I want to add this mod because it's so funny in vanilla game that they do this, and it's beautiful. I don't want to change this. You know? Hey, there we go. Okay, I haven't made like any recipes in this game. Do we want to use today to try to do the trial of 100 pits and the cooking stuff, or do we want to go straight into getting the star after all the side quests are done? Here to store the hot dog. Oh, you like the look of the Oblivion NPCs better. I don't blame you. I think the thing is that if you see the Oblivion, okay, sounds good. If you see the Oblivion NPC thing, let me see if I can pull this up. Over here, this person's video. This guy's? Yeah. It's just, the reason why Oblivion character stuff gets so much crap is because in the character creator, you can make this. You can make this guy in the character creator. If you really wanted to, you could. It's just infamous for having such a jank looking, you can make such weird people. Okay, psychos. Did you see the beautiful face? I also heard that there was some weird censorship in some of the Oblivion thing. In terms of like, somebody was just trying to name their character Black Lotus. And apparently as soon as they got to BLA, it like would knock them out of the menu. And it's also a solo single player game, so there's really no reason for censoring whatever the name is. Okay, we need 3 things. Let me crush the shout out down here. We did this quest. Golden leaf. Mystic egg. And a keel mango. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to turn that off. I feel like I remember getting the leaf and the mango. The mango being from Keel Hall. There's also, I've talked about some of the bugs you can do in Skyrim. There's other ones in Oblivion. The very video that I was using as a reference for the weird faces that you can make was a video about an exploit. Gaslight Tommy. Nice. What would Gaslight Tommy look like? Let me go over this way. There's the golden leaf. Okay, kill mango. Okay, where does the mystic egg come from? I don't remember that one at all. Can I look that one up, or I'm gonna wait a moment to see if you can reply. Now, on an offside thing to my other projects, I was updating and remodding my Skyrim. I see. No girl bossing? Or some girl bossing? You got 2 of them. Mystic egg. I have legitimately no idea. And Boggly Woods? With Punio's sister, a game? Let's check this out. If the mystic egg is one of their young, isn't it messed up that I use it in a recipe? But anyways, I was updating my Skyrim, and I have to say, even though I still have a lot of love and different appreciation for different modders, there's been a recent spike in use of AI for in modding. And while some of it, like if you're trying to upscale a texture quickly or something, maybe, but in terms of, there's like AI being used for voice acting in a sense, like expanding lines from already existing characters in the game. And I'm not gonna comment on the writing of that. I don't care or know if it's good or not. But in terms of using AI voices to do this, one, I am almost positively sure that none of these people have asked permission from whoever the voice actors are about this, especially because some of them are using Laura Bailey's voice. They're trying to expand one of the character's Laura Bailey voices, and Laura Bailey has been pretty open about how she doesn't really like AI or, you know, the idea of people using her voice like that. So, like, it's also just like AI just sounds so soulless when you're doing a when you're doing an AI generation thing. It's just, ugh. Yeah, they're not getting paid, but it's also more than that. It's using somebody else's voice to make them say what you want without their permission. You know, it's even more than just not getting paid. You are like taking, it's like literally almost taking a part of somebody, you know? Taking their visage, you know, is a whole thing. Taking their voice isn't also talked about as much, but I think it's also messed up. Okay, where's the Petunia sister? She's over here, right? There she is. So, when updating my mod list, I was attempting to avoid those as much as possible. So a lot of people, one of the companion mods I've been wanting to give a try is there's been a long-standing mod called Serana Dialogue add-on. You know, a lot of people have mixed feelings about, and I just want to see for myself if it's good or not. AI is really, there's so much about it that it's messed up, and I'll get to that in a minute. But, I appreciate in the Serana Dialogue add-on that they basically just revoice the character. They have a different actress come in and basically just give a different performance for this character, which I think is a more respectful way of going about it than doing an AI generation and taking somebody's voice without their permission. I really have started to just dislike AI more and more, specifically and especially in creative fields. I hate AI. I think that AI can be used to I don't know, run some basic functions if need be. I don't think we're even there yet, because I've heard a lot of errors being made by AI when they're supposed to run basic functions. But, like, I could see it having an application there. In creative fields, like writing and voice acting, and just fuck off with AI, quite frankly. It is so soulless to use, like, an artificial intelligence at, like, a computer to try to do your creative work for you, you lazy asshole. Come on. Come on. Where's the passion in making something unique to you? Aw, Punia's always getting in trouble with the Elder. It's no fun for me. And also you can almost always tell now. Like, the quality of work or the lack of soul in AI versus somebody else who makes their own. Even if it's bad, I appreciate someone else like acting out their own little crummy trailer rather than using an AI thing to make a little trailer. Yes, okay, this is so awesome. Ready to play Stump Patoonie? You can ask me any questions you want. There isn't a question I can't answer. Come on. Create an easy question that she can answer. Luigi, because she's totally met Luigi, right? Likes which person? The best. Oh no! Oh no, I'm sorry, Patoonie. I'm not necessarily afraid of the AI itself, because with this comment of AI will create its own. I am more afraid of these like corporate assholes that don't know the line between like taking people's freedoms and liberties, and like there's just such a lack of regard for something that should be a basic right. Like, hey, you're not allowed to copy my voice without my permission. That feels like a very basic thing, and the companies are like, I am disturbed that people are like this. What was it? It was one of the heads at Disney that had said something like that. One of the only AI deepfakes that I've appreciated, by the way, is that there's like a channel with this guy. I think it was a Chris Hopkins? No. When he is very open that he is doing deepfakes. Let's see. Charlie Hopkinson. Yes. This is one of the only channel that does a deepfake that I appreciate. Because he does the deepfake on his face to make himself look like the person a little bit. Which I still think is a little eh. But at the very least, this person is writing his own script. And he is using his own voice to do the impersonations of these characters. So in that sense, he still seems to have a bit more integrity, at least from what I have seen, than some of the other AI channels. The AI slop. And it's purely for entertainment. Yeah, it's... I mean, but isn't that crazy that you actually have to copyright your own voice? Isn't that crazy now? And now, like, I was trying to look up the Disney AI, like, response, but I got a Walt Disney AI voice generator. And, like, yeah, people who are, like, dead now also can't protect their voice anymore. Doesn't that suck? Mario. Likes. What tree trunk? The most? Okay, wait. I have to do this in a very specific order. When I can't tell where I went wrong with this. The Exot Army. Likes. Yeah, I don't think that would have worked either. Okay. Response. Only one question will work? Yeah, this seems a little bit tedious if I go through every single option. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to search up. Okay, that one did not work. Are these ones wrong? Oh, I did this one. Yeah, and she'll be like, what? Okay, not even that one worked. Okay, wait a sec. Okay, wait, no, it's up here. Likes which person the most?
The person Mario likes the most, teehee. I know that, you can't stop Petuni. Mario likes Princess Peach the most, teehee. Am I right? Teehee. Yes, I'm right. See, Petuni knows the answers to everything. He likes Princess Peach even over his own brother. Oh, that was fun. Thanks for playing with me. Here's a present.
Okay. Now I have to give the egg of her kin to some chef so that he can cook it. Apparently. I mean, it looks like an egg that's for their people. To AI backlash. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Disney has quietly removed the AI-generated ghostly bride artwork from the meta. Okay, let's go to the chef. He's this way, right? Because the train's over here. Bring me the good. I can't find a specific statement right now. There does seem to be quite a lot of articles about Disney and AI right now, though. Which lets me know that it's not a a isolated problem. As it looks like it's used in like Marvel and in Snow White and in or the new Snow White, which I don't recommend watching. Well, the current person that is running Disney, I don't particularly care for. I don't think they've made a lot of good decisions. I more so don't recommend watching it because the live action ones have been, just in general, not as good as the just watching the cartoon old classic version. Like, almost all of them that's been the case. The only thing I've heard differently in terms of that is the Cinderella live action, which I haven't personally checked out myself, but I have seen that the prince is given more lines and more things to do, so he doesn't feel supposedly as flat as in the original. But also, if you wanted the prince to have more personality, you could watch Cinderella 3, which has one of the best things for the prince. Now, I would actually also more so not recommend it because Gal Gadot, I do not understand. This woman does not... I mean... like... she just can't really act. She just doesn't have the acting chops for some of these roles. She looks like she had a hit with Wonder Woman, and I think she looks a lot like Wonder Woman. And her whole, like, fish out of water thing, or the oddities in her acting could be attributed to Wonder Woman being out of place in, you know, her storyline and that movie. But, like, you put her in any other role too, and she just she can't act. She really can't. I think she also got in trouble for something else, but a lot of celebrities have that. Let's see. Get these two. Okay. Really quick. Window capture.
You're putting yourself and everyone else in grave danger. I need you to give me the stone. What happened to it?
like I need you to give me the stone. This isn't like an isolated thing. There's so many other clips.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Like, what? Let's see. I think in terms of the other actress playing her, I don't know as much about the actress playing Snow White. I don't know if she got into any controversies. I do know that there has been a lot of yeah, just full on Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think that there's also a lot of a female character does not have to be, I don't know, physically powerful and whatnot to be strong, or they don't have to, you know, basically they don't have to have some sort of masculine traits or be able to do masculine things to be strong. And I find that becoming somewhat more of an issue recently. And I think that from what I remember from Rachel Zelger was that I think she made a comment that was almost along the lines of implying that Snow White in the original, like, is somehow a lesser depiction of the one that they're going to do, because, you know, they're going to give her more things or whatever. Which I think alone isn't necessarily a problem. But I think that there's been a bit of a frustration building with that. It's like Snow White was basically getting all those dwarves into shape. He had like a messy house and all this stuff. And sure, it's like rooted in the old feminine traditional values, but alone it isn't a problem. But, like, this is also kind of somewhat ties back to I don't know, something I was trying to touch upon, I think in One Piece, where it's like this thing in isolation, like Snow White being a homebody and getting all these dwarves back into shape and doing chores and stuff like that, that's like not inherently a bad thing for somebody to do. It's just that kind of the portraying that as like a womanly virtue in all, like, or in most of the movies is more so, I think, what turned a lot of people against it, right? Because it's showing a clear, like, it's depicting, like, this is how, like, a woman should be, because it's, like, in all of these movies rather than in just, like, this one. And so, and what I mean by that also, because I was talking about how I was trying to speak a bit about this in One Piece as well, is like in One Piece, this Nami fighting this lady isn't a problem. Does it become a problem when Nami only fights ladies? And then when Robin starts to only fight ladies? And only women can fight women? Yeah, it does start to feel like a bit of a problem. Let's see, what can I find on Rachel Zelger? Here's a BBC article, a toxic debate that's not going away. I think that some people had a problem with this actress because she isn't white or something. Which I don't particularly care too much because it's a fairy tale fantasy setting. I did see a lot of people blame, yeah, here. The 23-year-old star has dominated conversation about the film as people either blame her for its poor reviews or leap to her defense saying she's being unfairly maligned. And this debate is not new for her, okay. Well, it's not new for most people that are doing a performance. Okay, so it also looks like, yeah, with many criticizing her take on the original film, so like I was kind of talking about where some people, I mean, yeah, I'm like, she looks white enough to me, but, like, who cares? She isn't Snow White though, she isn't albino, okay? Sorry. But, anyways. Yeah, with many criticizing her take on the original film. So, like I said, where she was like, it wasn't feminist enough in the original telling or whatever. And then this says her political views, which I don't know her political views. But it looks like maybe it went against Trump and his voters, which means that, of course, she gets a ton of hate from that audience because they are insane. Like, just... Okay, sorry. I keep running around here. But I got him his cuisine, so now we have one last whole side mission over here. Oh, oops. I'm in the wrong thing. Let me check the trash. Underwhelming reviews. Yeah, I think that people were like accusing her of being woke. Which isn't that classic. You have progressive political views that don't align with my own, so you're just like a woke, annoying person. Classic conservative thing. Sorry, but probably shouldn't get too political on this. But Miss Jolene. Vacation home. Magazine. Okay. Toodles. Okay. I have to get her a magazine and bring it to Jolie. Okay. Yeah. How dare you have a progressive value that dragged your personal politics into the film's promotional stuff? Ah! Ah! How dare you say you want to do a more feminist take? It's not like feminism is literally just supposed to be equality between men and women. But now that we've put a stigma on the word feminist, no one should want to be it. Oh shoot, I went in here first. No, I need to go to Poshley Heights. Not Glitzville. Oh, I see. It's giving more specific stuff, but I think it is going a bit into politics. Which I'm not sure if I should talk about on a Paper Mario stream. You can grab the magazine now? Did I miss it? I'm going to her house back here. She said her magazine was in her house, right? So you accepted my request for aid with my little trouble, you delightful man, you. I just decided I very much want to read a magazine I lent Jolene. But she lives in Glitzville and that is very— oh, I need to get the magazine from Jolene instead. My bad. I do think it is a lot of ridiculous backlash for this young actress. I think she has a lot where she can learn and grow still. And that I think she could have a lot more to bring to the table. Yeah, I thought I had to get the magazine from the other person, and I didn't get your messages soon enough, so sorry about that, Antonio. At least this one should be easier than the others. I didn't know she was a Golden Globe winner. That's neat. Yeah, I hope this doesn't like end her career or something like the guy from Dragon Ball. I find that people don't always realize that some good actors can be given bad direction or end up in bad roles just to like, you know, pay a check. It is their job, they need to do things. Even some like really classic actors, you know? Wasn't Christopher Lee? Like he's well known for his role in Lord of the Rings and a lot of others, but he was in some stinkers. Now at least people can have fun and watch those. To be like, wow, if this is bad, it is kind of funny though. Did you need something? Toodles magazine? Oh yes, I know the one. Alright, I'll return it soon. I have to return it now, but that magazine... Okay, fine, give me a moment. Don't get the wrong idea, I borrowed this magazine as a promoter, that's all. I needed to see what the fuss was about, it's not like I follow fads or anything. Cool, thanks Jolene. Wait, Christopher Lee was in Gremlins 2? Like, see... I remember him being in a really bad... Is this it? Down here? I remember him being in a very, like, not the Dracula, but like a different really bad vampire flick. Vampire werewolf kind of flick? Oh man, he's been Dracula so many times. I wonder if I should do a movie run just seeing all the different Christopher Lee Dracula films. It's crazy. No, shoot. Go back down. Go back down! My instincts are all over the place. So, okay, another thing. Back to this conversation really quick. Well, modding Skyrim, I was disturbed to find all the different AI stuff. We already had that conversation. The other thing was that one of the followers that I used in my silent playthrough. So the follower Kaiden was a mod originally made by Liv Templeton, and Liv Templeton has since left the mod and the modding community, but she has given permission for people to, do extensions of the mod if they want, with the original voice actor, or, basically, you may do what you wish with this mod so long as you, give me credit as well. Which, fair. And I played that original one, and in the original one, Kaiden was pretty relaxed, pretty stoic. Didn't really crack too many jokes. In fact, it was kind of a thing where he's kind of humorless. A more kind of serious bodyguard companion, but it adds flavor to the many. Here is my thanks to you, to the many different personalities you can have as a companion. And he was a great offset in terms of a romance option versus the other romance option at the time, which was Bishop from Skyrim Romance, where that character is just like, it's just an abusive, possessive, toxic relationship is what Bishop is. And then when I played with Kaiden in the silent playthrough, I was using the extended edition with immersive features. And Kaiden's personality had a shift. He was starting to crack jokes more. He was kind of saying things that I thought were inappropriate or perhaps even immature for the character that I had heard before. And so it was like, I was kind of like, do I want to keep him or not? And stuff like that. And I was looking into the community for Kaiden and info about what happened because, clearly he's kind of becoming a different character. And apparently there was a huge problem with the team working on extended editions and immersive features where they were like rewriting him to their tastes, and a lot of the community wasn't appreciating that. And then it turns out that that team was also being disrespectful to their little community and being rather rude towards them or even bigoted at times. And so I was like, well, I don't really want Kaiden at all then. At least the Kaiden extended edition immersive features. And now I have found that there's a different Kaiden mod going on now, where the community of people that really were wanted him to be portrayed more accurately have made Kaiden revoiced. So they even replaced the voice actor for Kaiden because it turns out that the voice actor was also kind of a part of the bigoted nature of the team. Like, he also participated in that. So it was absolutely wild to just go into that deep dive in the middle of modding. So we have that potential option now to us. Okay, I think that's all the troubles. Yeah, okay, we're good. So if we use Kaiden, it will be Kaiden revoiced. It just... so much drama. Everywhere I go. People getting pissed at an actress for her political views when they seem pretty normal. At least from what I saw. Where was the last star was on the moon? But I can't remember which direction I have to go to get to the moon. Wait, didn't I pick this up a different time? Did they like respawn there? I forgot how to get to the moon! Yeah. Well, it's also like you don't always have to give fans what they want, but when if you're just making this character into a different one and you have like the voice actor or a voice actor, why not just make a new character? You know? Why did you have to mess with this one? Let me talk to her. Okay, wait, how did I get... Okay. Ah, excellent timing. I finally have it, Mario. I found a way that might get you to the moon. You must go to Far Outpost, and you must use the cannon there, and it will blast you. The outpost? Hello? We're using a cannon to get to the moon? Isn't that, like, dangerous? I know how it sounds, really. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure of all the details. Accounts from Far Outpost speak of a device that can launch anything, anywhere. Even to the moon. Right, sounds super, really. So where is Far Outpost anyway? No concern about the impact of him smashing into the moon. I believe there's a pipe to Far Outpost somewhere beneath Rogueport. To be fair, he could turn into paper, so. But I'm not sure of the exact location. Yes, I believe it is hidden for some reason. If my information is correct, you need the Ultra Hammer to get it. Don't I already have that? An Ultra Hammer? Sorry, I have to drink. Well, it's party time then. We already got one of those. Ah, well, I see. That certainly changed the subject now, doesn't it? Well, use that Ultra Hammer to go find the pipe to Far Outpost and get to it. You got it, Professor. Far Outpost, here we come. Oh yes, one more thing you should be aware of. The Bob-ombs who live there are sort of a surly bunch. They may not let you use their cannon. You have to negotiate with them. In any case, that's your problem. Good luck. Get that last crystal stop. Okay, wait. What part of Rogueport? Oops, I didn't mean to talk to this guy. I need the Ultra Hammer to find the pipe so you get to the outpost. I know that, but I forgot what part of Rogueport he said. Oops, my headphones again. Go. Down here. I do not have new headphones yet. Ah, yes, it's this. I might get new headphones for my birthday that's coming up. But, it's still gonna be a little bit. Yeah, it's gonna be at least in 2 more weeks. So I'm like sitting in a way with my head where I'm trying to keep my head in a certain position or like pretty straight so that it doesn't pop out.
This is chilly, isn't it? Let's hurry now, dearie. Far outpost can't be too terribly far now.
Thank you. I think that my birthday is not on a day where I typically stream, so maybe I could have fun and stream on my birthday though. Normally I like to just spend time with friends or family though. Try Shankish Fair. What? I'm really hoping that my Pro Controller isn't actually broken and there's something I can fix there. Because you weren't here for this, Sensei, but I wasn't able to get my Pro Controller starting at the beginning of the stream, which is why I started like a little bit later than usual. Oh shoot. Oh jeez, Miss Mouse! Because I just recently updated my Skyrim mod list, so I think that might be the next game we check out if you guys want. In which I'll live stream this time instead of doing the silent playthrough. At the same time, sometimes when you mod Skyrim, how should I put this? If it crashes, like live, I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Have to work it out. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why I went with or part of the reason why I went with a silent, like, just little side playthrough, because if the game crashes or if I run into a bug, then I can, like, handle it separately off video kind of stuff. These things are wrecking me. I give so much XP. Am I under leveled for over here? What is going on? Which is like part of the reason why I'm talking about the mods is not just because it's something that I am experiencing, but it's because it's something that I want to bring up with you guys to see. I have a custom built PC over the years, so I don't like have a pre-built one that I bought from a group. Oops. Just one. It's been a while since I've looked at my PC specs, though. I think that we would be fine for streaming it. It's more so like, for example, one of the followers that I was trying to get to work was a popular one named Remiel. She's a Dwemer specialist kind of thing. It's the Dwemer are the dwarves in the Elder Scrolls, and the dwarves in the Elder Scrolls are pretty much extinct. So a Dwemer specialist is someone who is like someone who explores the dwarven ruins. That's that follower. I could not get her starting quest to work, and it turns out that it was something to do with a compatibility patch, which I now have, and she's working fine now, but at the time I did not have that. And so during that silent playthrough, there was like a good almost hour that was like cut out. That was just me trying to like get her to work, right? And so now that hour of me like messing around or whatever, would be in the live stream, is what you would also get. Is if we encounter a problem with a mod or whatnot, then you are dealing with it with me live. Goombella. You would love to see me just struggling trying to get mods to work. Okay. Sounds just fine to me then.
That's a nice piranha. It can freeze you. It's wild. Don't think about using ice attack. It'll absorb those. That's its kink.
What, Goombella?
Nothing.
I think it would be like a long time before I do this, but there is a modding community or a modding thing for Cyberpunk now as well. Now that the game is, you know, more stable. So that could be a different fun thing to try out at a different time. Oh my goodness, can I? Well, that's a part of the thing is I need to have less followers this time. I think I learned that 10 I had over 10, but 10 followers is probably the max for stability. And what I was trying to do in that playthrough was like playing a mage that is purposely buffing my party, you know. I was gonna lead into as well that there's a mod where you can become a bard, and I was like, oh, maybe I could even do a bard thing if I really want to. But let's just do a head bonk at this one. They have the dizzy thing on that one to good. I think she gets hurt if she head bonks it. Yeah, because the spike thing doesn't work for her. Nope, no rocks. I can't see whatever that person has, so they have to go too. I try to keep my Skyrim as lore friendly as possible. There's some mods that you can add for a little joke, like I added that one pajama mod in the silent playthrough. But like for the most part I like to keep it as close to the Elder Scrolls lore stuff. There's a really popular quest mod that I still haven't tried because I think it has a little bit too much Dark Souls inspiration to it, which is Vigilant. I do know that it supposedly has more lore-friendly ideas with the Daedric Prince Molag Bal and whatnot. But like, I remember like back when I first tried it, and like the first act for that at the very least is really weak. I think other people could enjoy the later parts, I'm sure are better written, but like I remember in the first act it felt like some of my issues with Dawnguard. The DLC for Skyrim Dawnguard kind of goes off the assumption that like your character wants to be a vampire hunter. Like, even if you wanted to be an evil vampire, you can't really side with that one evil vampire in the end. I don't like this. Low. And she can't really bonk him. Interesting. Okay. Can you put another one to sleep? There we go. Oh shoot. But Vigilant could be a thing that we'd try if you really wanted to. At the moment, the two quest mods I have installed into try is Worm's Tooth and the Grey Cowl the Nocturnal. Although I already know of an issue with the Grey Cowl that I have a solution for, but... yeah, I think I need to... maybe Yosh? Ew. They shouldn't wake up. I don't want this one. Okay. Might not have a... I mean, I have one super mushroom, and now I got two. Is it in this one? Well, fire outpost. Where's this cannon that can shoot to the moon? Let's chat up some of these locals and see what they have to say, okay? We are the chilly wanderers, the traveling sisters 3. We came to a far outpost for the skiing and skating, and there's nothing here. It's cold, too cold. Told you we should have at least checked the guidebook before we came here. There's nowhere to save. That's making me nervous because I have low health. I removed the mod Clockwork from my playlist. I enjoyed it a fair amount, Although it had a tedious element later on. So I would recommend Clockwork, but it isn't going to be in this one. In part because in Clockwork, it's kind of like a spooky mod. And at the very end of this mod, you get a house. But there isn't much incentive for the player character outside of meta reasons to stay at this house. Like this house is mostly just traumatized the player, if anything. And it's an unsafe place to live in. And so it really wouldn't make sense for them to, like, any person to want to stay there and live. In my opinion. No traveler, first time in Far Outpost, Kabooey? What? Far Outpost Canyon? Cannon, I mean. Well, I apologize for that. No, I just had a distraction. It's nothing. Kabooey! Let's see, let's bring back up this mouse. I don't think she's had much. Checking my mustache. Just like, why would... It's a beautiful house, it's a lovely house. I suppose the idea is that the danger is past, but not really, because under the house there's still a lot of problems. But Clockwork was actually, like, still fun and one of the better ones, I think. It's a little bit less, like, it's a little less the house itself and more so what's under the house that traumatizes the player, to be fair. But still, the house is very much so connected to what's going on underground. And there's also, like, you still find a dead skeleton in the house. So it's not, like, it gives comforting vibes all the time. Like, I think the only incentive I could think of for the character, like the player character, is just that the house is connected to all the holds. You can teleport to all the different holds from this house. You can teleport in some Elder Scrolls stuff that isn't outlandish. It's just that, like, that would be the only reason I could think of for them wanting to stay, is because they're like, oh, well, I have a convenient teleporter that I can use. Now, what was cut out of me playing Clockwork, though, was the part that was tedious was that there is a segment in the bottom of Clockwork where you have to collect all these pipes and you have to find this lever. But the problem is the underground area is so large that it's very easy to pass by a pipe, or, like, it's so large that finding one lever in all of it could be difficult if you're not checking every nook and cranny, right? Which incentivizes you to explore, but it also means it's easy for you to miss, which makes you waste more time down there. Okay, none of them want to talk. Miss Meows is looking roughed up. Can I just, like, level up with somebody else first? Here's a save point. Oh, there's the inn. Okay. Let's get Miss Meows back. Make body and mind better. 15 coins, okay. It is one of the cutest ends in this game, it looks like, so I'll accept it. I mean, I can use the in coupon, or I already have like $1,000. And we don't plan on doing some of the rest of the side content, so like, why not just... Boom! Okay. Yes, what business do you have here? What? A cannon? No such thing as here. Excuse me, I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a cannon somewhere around here. I don't think I meant to give her that voice. What do you want me to say? We do not have one. Seems suspicious. So peaceful web. Boom! Fire up this nice restful place. Ooh, shines bright! I know nothing shabooey. I know nothing about local cannon-loving Big Bob Shashoom. I'm sure you don't. This guy's here again. I don't feel like talking to him right now. Shooting star is nice. I don't feel like I've ever used a tasty tonic. What do I have in storage? I do have a lot of whack-a-bumps. That could be good. Bring back out the in coupon just in case. I can bring out one of these. I don't believe I've used room powder in combat before. Get one of these, and then one of the room powder. Oh, did I not tell you we have no silly cannon? You mean this cannon? Can I like bop it or something? What can I do? Can I push this? Can I like roll underneath this? It's not really allowing me to push, but I'm like seeing things. Oh, is Fleur? On the front? No? Do I use Viv and hide? What am I missing here? She's clearly smelling something right near us. I swear it's gotta be something in here. You'd be able to listen to me if I'm like this? There's a modded follower that I played with before, by the way, in Skyrim, named Inigo. He's an old classic. I've been considering, because I'm trying to limit it to 10 characters, I've been considering putting him off as well because I have played with him before. But I did want to ask if that was something that you want to get taken off. I think he might not fit tonally as well with some of the party too. He still has some of the older Skyrim modding community humor. Okay, what am I missing here? Oh, I need Bobbery. What did I not tell you? What did I not tell you? We have no silly cannon. Now listen here, you're the mayor, hmm? How can an official like you lie that way? I mean fair, but also, if I am playing this for a stream, it's the reason why I'm asking. Old boy, I know I saw a cannon the last time I was here, and do not lie, sir. Shush! You call yourself a bomb-mom, I spit at you! You know the rules? There is to be no mention of a cannon to non-bomb-moms, no mention! We must not allow it to be used for evil. Of course I know that, you great blowhard. But we must use that cannon to get to the moon, old boy. And if we don't, sir, the world could end. World could end? Well, we cannot have that now. Still, you cannot use cannon right now because of certain circumstances. Circumstances? We must have permission of the gold bomb to use the cannon. He's the one who started whole blasting to faraway places policies. Once he got rich, he let business slide and does not start it up again. Oh, I know him. I think. Also, General White was the one who devoted himself to the operation of cannon. But he was so depressed by losing a job that he took Cannon Key and ran off to some settlement far, far away. In a galaxy far, far away. Gold Bob and General... sorry. Gold Bob and General White? Yes, that is correct. If you want to use cannon, you must find Gold Bob and General White. Very well then. We cannot give up, old boy. Mario, the search is on. Let's go find those two bomb-bombs. But once you find them, come back and talk to me. There was a one follower named Lucifer that I will be leaving off. But I had a huge problem with him where he's supposed to open up to you over time, but he just wouldn't. And apparently that's still something that can be somewhat of an issue. Well, I know one golden bomb that's rich. So... yeah, his name is Lucifer. He doesn't actually have, like, any connection to the Christian Lucifer. But it is a bit off-putting to have the name Lucifer also in Skyrim. I don't know, like, what compelled him to do that, necessarily. Especially because part of his lore is that he's raised by Nords, so I feel like it would make more sense for him to have a Nordic name. What the heck do I know, right? Anyways, he's gonna be left off because he didn't make the greatest impression. Let's see. I have a couple others that I've cut. Lucifer. Because I'm going to try Remiel again and I finally got her to sort of work, I'm going to cut Lucian, who is also kind of a Dwemer nerd follower, and have her. Lucian, it doesn't really tend to bother me as much, but he does have a voice that I know can get on some people's nerves. He has like a pitch to his Lucifer man. I mean, to be fair to Lucifer, once again, his whole thing is that he's supposed to open up to you over time, which is a great mechanic for a follower, but it just wasn't working at all during the playthrough. And if it's something that's still a consistent issue, then I don't like want to go through that again, just have a follower around that I can't really interact with. So perhaps on somebody else's thing where they can actually get him to work, then he's great, but more badge points? More badge points or FP, I feel. Which one should I increase? And then the other one that I have confirmed cut is Taliesin. Especially like looking back on some of his stuff when I was going over some of my silent playthrough. It's just that Taliesin is a follower that is based off of Astarion from Baldur's Gate. And while I did not... you should probably know some of my feelings towards the Baldur's Gate companions by now. And even though Astarion wasn't the worst one, that is I don't feel the need to have an Astarion-esque character in Skyrim. I get so much XP from these guys, I feel like I should like stay here. He's also pretty, I don't know if it's changed, if it's been updated, but he was also pretty, like, unapologetically, like, the pitch for him was that he was supposedly going to learn to be a better person, but he was pretty unapologetically a part of a rather racist group in Skyrim. So the High Elves in Skyrim, the Altmer, are pretty much like a kind of Nazi. They have a huge thing about blood purity and they're all messed up, right? And he used to be a part of that faction, and I think that that's something that you need to handle with a lot of care, and I'm not sure if they were really doing that. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You got this. They still give like 5 to 6 experience each like fight, so I feel compelled to continue to fight them to level up on the way out. Like, let's see, yeah, that was 7. I also might cut the companion Nabara, but he actually, because I think he might get an update before we end up streaming, I might add him back on, because if his update fixes a lot of the long-standing bugs with him, or even better, if it adds new dialogue for him with some of the other companions, then that would be awesome. Because he's also like one of those high elves that are, you know, of the worst sort of faction. But I think he's handled with more care, and he's also more of a fun snarky than I'm a trying to be charming snarky, if you know. If you know, you know. There's a different feeling to dialogue when somebody is trying to like make you think this person is charming versus this person's actually like this character's actually just snarky. You know? No, baby Yosh! I will avenge you! Ah! They're all coming for me. I feel like for some of the other companions that are actually up in the running, I should like talk about them more in depth or bring them up. Ah! Shine Sprite! Yay! I think I need one more before I can upgrade another follower. Let's see. About seeing the followers? So we can go more in depth. Let's see. Oh my goodness, it's almost 6. Let's at least talk to the Golem Bomb. I did want to leave off around 6 today. But I guess what I could do... What I can do is talk to the Golem Bomb, then we can talk about the Skyrim followers, and that will probably be it for today. And then I'll be back on Thursday. Can't let Bethesda distract me like this. He's over here. Oh, in general... Oh, wait! In the Coops town. That's General White, isn't it? Can't believe I remembered that, but... There was an old soldier, an old bomb that was talking about his days. Good day to you, Gonzalez. What can I do for you today? What's that you say? You must use the cannon and far outpost to save the world. Well that is rather a pickle, isn't it? Very well then, I certainly owe you a favor or two. Yes, I should say. Truth is, I had hoped to resume my business with that cannon someday. And just between us, I only stopped because the wife said she didn't like the noise. Sadly, it takes a hefty bit of coin to get that cannon working, so... Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing about the destructionist noise. I'll need you to demonstrate just how much you want to use that cannon. If it were a matter of money, just how much would you pay, if I may ask? Would he appreciate me being frugal? Or will he get mad at me for it because he wants my money? Like, as a rich person, do you think he'd... Nothing. Something for nothing! Money makes the world spin. You're a bit naive, I'm afraid. Why don't you come back once you've learned a way about the world? Okay. What happens with 1 coin? 1 coin, do you mock me? Why not just slap me with your shoe and be done? This will not do, no. Why don't you come back later with a new attitude? As cheap as possible is what I'll go every single time. $64 coins? You seem to be underestimating the value of my services. Well, I just can't abide that. Why did you come back later, I am not giving him $1,000. I'm talking to General White first. Does he actually take all your money? That would be crazy. Is Antonio still in the chat? Antonio, do you know if he takes all your money? Because I don't want to agree to that option. Well, I just saved, so... But you'd pay every coin you own, all of them! You, really? So really? No! Fine. Sorry, I had to say that. Well, I suppose. I'm just surprised to hear you say that's staggered, actually. You know what that means? You'll be left with 0 cubes with absolutely nothing. You know that, don't you? I mean, to think of it, man, if you spent all your coins, I mean all of them. Wait, you have to give him all your money? I can't put this money anywhere else? Wait, if I talk to General White instead, do I not have to give him all my money? Or do I have to do it for both of them? Okay, wait a sec. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit this lady. Okay then. What I am going to do, if I have to give him all my money, I'm going to spend some of the money I have. Okay, I wonder what she's smelling. But I'm gonna spend some of the money that I have on like badges or other things that I want and need, or finding the shine sprites before this. That seems the most reasonable, right? So that all my money is like 300 coins or something instead of all 1,000. Okay, let's... Wait, he gives them back to you? Like right away? Or... Now I just left him. Okay, you know what? We're gonna talk to him again tomorrow. or on Thursday, I mean. We're gonna get back to him. I was like, man, it would just suck if I got like that $600 or the 600 gold coins from the rat, only to then have to give all of it away. That just sucks. But anyway. Let's see. Go here. Here or to the left. I'm gonna turn off my switch over here. Give me a moment. I might have to leave my Joy-Cons like this. I normally have a case over my Joy-Cons and then use my Pro Controller, but I had to take off the case in order to put it in here and blah blah. Okay. Over here. Let me pull up some of the follower pages. Go. That's not worth it. You can hear my TV. Do you mean my PC? I have a little bit of music on here, and then my PC is going down here with its fans. I feel like I still have to be a little bit quick about this. Just because I don't want to miss any dinner if we have any. I don't think there is dinner. I don't think anyone's making anything. It's been happening the last couple of nights. We've just been kind of fending for ourselves. Oh, I don't know if anyone was talking. Or if my mumble came across as like talking in the background as I'm moving away from my mic a little bit while doing this. Hi, we've lost. Here's that boy. Okay, I think, I don't know. Here you go. Almost done here. Carolyn. Yeah, there's supposed to be like a faint crackle cozy music kind of thing going on. I should also bring up the replacers I used for some of them one side. And then maybe I shouldn't bring up the... Okay. So I mentioned one of the... We're trying to limit it down to 10. Okay, and so I was kind of trying to limit it down to about 5 male companions and basically 4 lady companions because my Dragonborn is also a lady. I play as a girl. Big surprise. Meal. No, not like the food, but looks good. Maybe I should try that. Okay. I think I almost have all of them pulled up. I think I'm gonna forgo searching up that part. Where is a good close-up? Can I just put the image? trying to figure out how to put this up. On a site called the Nexus Mods, you'll be able to look up Skyrim Special Edition and then Zelzaz, which is about like that. I want to see if I can at least get an image of him. There we go. I can at least do that. This is Zelzaz. This is what he looks like. Okay, there we go. I was basically trying to, I was trying to show the site without having all, like, my bookmarks up top. But I don't think it was really fitting. Like, I couldn't figure out how to cut that off. And it's just more so a just-in-case privacy reason that I'm doing that. But anyways, here's Zelzaz. He is an Argonian. In Skyrim, there are two beast races. One is the Argonians, which is the lizards, and the other one is the Khajiit, which are cats. I enjoyed him during the silent playthrough because he felt like he fit into the world, even though people do have problems with him not using the similar speech pattern of other Argonians. I didn't find that to be as much of an issue because basically in his backstory he is a servant to a different like Dunmer household, which is kind of like the Dark Elves, but he was like he's like an alchemical servant to a noble household. So I think in a sense it makes sense within Skyrim if they were like if they were very adamant about his speech or made him like speak in that way. He's got a ton of dialogue. Oh, as mentioned, he's a servant, he's an alchemist. So something I enjoyed with his character is that sometimes you get an abundance of other, you know, mages or warriors, and so having someone that has a different profession can sometimes be refreshing in the party, you know? You can only have so many mercenary followers before you want someone to talk about something else. He has dialogue with 4 of the other companions that are under consideration or on the list. He has a lot of dialogue with Remiel, which is the Dwemer specialist, the lady that I was talking about. He has a unique dialogue and a quest with a younger Argonian follower named Cash, which is a little lady, female Argonian follower. She's like a little teenager, and she's just always kind of seems to have always been on that mercenary lifestyle. He has dialogue with Redcap, which is a Reichling follower. And we'll get to him soon, but it's not brought up in Skyrim as much, but in other Elder Scrolls games and titles, you will see goblins and a lot of other more fantasy creatures. before Skyrim, and the Reiklings and Solstheim almost felt like a correction of that, where they added a kind of goblinoid race, and that's what Red Cap is part of. And then we have some dialogues with Nabara. Boop. Does he have his own... Pardon? Zelza's themes. He has his own theme. Oh my goodness, he has his own music too, so we're gonna get that. And some Skyrim quests, or some Skyrim mods just add so much. He look like a bug? He is wearing, in this picture, his armor is, of like a crab chitin armor. Let me see if I can get you a better picture. Jeez. There's so many things that are overlaying each other in this. Oh. Wait a sec. Is this positioned all correctly? Okay, wait a sec. I think that the room got messed up. Why must it be so hard to position this up? There we go. That got off-kiltered. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? He has his own theme song? But he will like make alchemy stuff for you. He will make poisons for you. I assume depending, because he seemed like a more morally kind individual. Here's a bit of the basic background. Zelzaz grew up in Thorn, northeast of Blackmarsh, which is the land of the Argonians. As a child, he proved himself to have potential to be a very skilled alchemist. A Telvanni tower alchemist made him a hireling, as she had too much work to do herself. So, you know, a rich dark elf person was like, ah, you have talent here. I will, you know, bring you in and make you my assistant. So I'm not gonna do this full thing because I think that that's a short little good premise to him and you'll get to see the rest. That's some cute art. One sec. That's art of him though, not actual him in game. Where is he? Over here? I don't like some of these pictures for him, I'm not gonna lie. I think that this person has too dark of a setup, and that's probably in part what's making him look so bug-like. Who put him in this outfit? Ah, whatever. We'll just continue. Having mixed feelings about all these pictures. They don't really show fully him. Okay, the next companion that's on the list that is staying is Gore. Now, I feel like Show us what outfit this person put him in? Okay, one sec. Somebody put him... Okay. Somebody put him in this outfit? He's called the lawman of House Telvanni, so I think that they had a bit of a bit of a riff with that. Bit of a riff with that. Okay. Let me get gore here. Let me get gore ready. While you just take that in. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to close that page. like, how am I supposed to do him justice when you're putting him in this game? But also, great choice. It's so funny. Okay. This is gore. They are a mercenary. And are distinctly a they, from what I can recall. From what I could gather about Gore, because I didn't get to fully get into his story, but he seems to be fairly well written, is that he's been through a lot of crap. And probably you saving him at the start is one of the better parts of his life. And he kind of, in that sense, he's kind of like someone who went through a lot of stuff and then has a found family trope to them. But I think he just seemed fairly well written in comparison to some of the others that I was reviewing at the time. So I think I will keep him. Yeah, he has 2 main quests and I did not get to do either one of them. I do remember that I got him... I remember that he said something about like never having enough money for a horse, and then my character's like, I'm gonna get him a horse. I'm gonna get him a horse. And then I did. Huh. I thought it was a they, but it's saying he on the page, so maybe I misremembered. He does have a potential romantic backstory or option to him, but he also calls you. I remember because it's like how his mercenary group referred to each other, but he calls you like sister a lot. I remembered, and if I tend to just go platonic for that if you're gonna refer to me like that. But we'll see what happens. Oh, cool. I didn't know he had these features. Maybe they were added. He's gonna help us, so I have a couple survival mods installed. Meaning I have one for like really like Frostfall, which is a mod that if it's like really cold, like the weather will impact your character. And then I have another one called I Need, which is like for food and sleep. Food, drink, and sleep. I think I Need also has some stuff for diseases. But basically I have a couple things that make traveling Skyrim a little bit harder. And so I'm kind of planning on this one to avoid using fast travel as much as possible and travel around with all these companions. So, he has less... Oh, maybe... One sec. Okay, no, he does. He has less lines than Zelzaz. But this isn't a small amount either. He has like 4,300 lines. including some conversations with other followers, and he also can do commentary for the Vigilant quest if you want me to add that, which I can, I guess, check at the very end. I didn't get to spend too much time with him, so I feel like I can't say too much, but I'm trying to scroll through to give you some more. But he's gonna be a frontliner, unlike the others. Oh right, he wasn't a they, he's trans. So he... Okay. Let's get to like one of the ones I've never played with before, but it sounds kind of up my alley. This. This is Redcap. He's a Reichling. He's a little goblin. He has special dialogue with both Ramiel and Zelzaz. I haven't played with him at all. He wasn't even on the last modded followers. Well, let's be honest, okay? Skyrim's a fantasy thing, so it's a bit more open to that. But also trans, that's a thing. Trans people, gay people, bisexual people, they've always existed, right? It's not really, from what I remember, the mod isn't in your face about it, if you will, but it's just, you know, it is what it is, and it's like, oh, okay. So. Yeah, if you can teleport to another city, like, yeah, sure, I can do that. I can, being trans is cool. Let's see, Redcap has over 2,500 lines for lore friendliness, blah blah. He's probably, is he going to be... Oh, okay, so he's near this person's cabin. Okay. I was like, if he's in Solstheim, because most of the Reichlings are in Solstheim, which is a different kind of higher level area in Skyrim. But it looks like he's actually early on, so we should be able to pick him up fairly early, which is good. The Reichlin, he comes with a pet bristleback boar named Big Pig. Heck yes. Multiple custom appearance options, spear crafting mechanic. Oh, so I can bring him firewood so he can make himself more spears. Huh. I don't see many followers given a unique stealth mode. That's kind of neat. I did notice though that Ramiel can also pick locks. So maybe she has a bit of this too. Yeah. Wait, he will give Redcap any alcoholic beverage in a tavern to unlock an entire pool of humorous drunk dialogue. He will sober up as soon as you leave the tavern. Okay. Unique temporary buffs. You know, like, they all have stuff. Oh, he gives a player home too? Redcap also has dialogue with Inigo. A lot of followers have dialogue with Inigo because Inigo is like one of the first kind of goodish OG followers. But that's him. That's him. Let's see. There's some beautiful, or some really cute art on Redcap's Nexus Mod Manager page. Levels with player? Cool. Okay. Now let's move on to Kaiden. I think we've already talked about Kaiden before, but I should show you what he looks like. We will be using a different replacer. A replacer is just a different appearance. Okay. So I'll show you the OG to see if you even like it better than the replacer. Because if so, I can just keep it like that. Let me delete these. Oh no. Here. This is Kaiden. He comes with his own unique armor. The armor is absolutely busted. If you have Kaiden in the party, like his armor is just super strong, okay? I think that the original mod author gave him way too strong of armor. This is Kaiden. He's supposed to be a part of an Elder Scrolls race that's kind of extinctish, called the Akaviri. Akaviri, right? Akaviri. And they're supposed to have a bit more of an Asian look to them. So I was trying to find something that still kept somewhat true to that. I think this person's... And I found... One sec, I need to get used to not... I can't just backspace the image away, I have to manually go in here. Okay. Browse. Oh my god, this image is so fat. Here's the replacer I was thinking about using for him. Anyways, let me get back to the mod page over here while you look at that. Oh wait, this isn't the... This is the mod page? Over here! Okay, what did the revoiced add? Outside of a new voice for this person. So he becomes... Yeah, you like the replacer? Me too. You basically, similar to Gore, you save him out of a bad situation that there was like no other way for him to get out of, so he feels kind of a bit of a debt or to repay you for that kindness of saving him. Gore more so just works for you or with you as a mercenary out of kindness. Kaiden, though, becomes more so of a bodyguard in a sense. He's almost more knightish in a sense that way, where he's like pledged himself to protect you because you saved his life. At first, Kaiden comes across as taciturn, if not standoffish. You'll soon learn that there's more to this warrior than meets the eye. Become friends with this wandering mercenary and help him unlock the secrets of his heritage, as well as confront the darker parts of his past. With time, you may even find romance blossoming between yourself and Kaiden. Features. So he has less lines than in the extended immersive features, but that's fine. He has his own personal mount. He has a custom home if you opt to marry him. He comes with his own custom home that you guys can move into. Let's see. He has his own personal quests. He has quest commentary for all the main important ones, really. Except for it looks like Dragonborn. He doesn't have the Dragonborn DLC up here. But that's fine. I think the revoice stuff is still kind of new, so... Like, Kaiden, the older one, had dialogue with other companions, but they haven't been able to re-add that in yet to revoiced. Yeah, you can get your own home with his. Red Cap also had a player home, it looks like, that you can get. I imagine Red Cap's would be smaller. Red Cap's player home, it also looks like might be on Solstheim. Which I don't normally frequent the homes on the Dragonborn DLC area. Let's see, new to Kaiden Revoice. Selectable nicknames, pronoun selection, combat dialogue adjustment, optional platonic Autumn Watch acquisition, so you can get the house without romancing Kaiden, which is kind of nice too. And new quest commentary on one of the quests. Let's see. Updating quest. Okay. Oh, thank God, if they actually did this. Stat and combat balancing. Yes, please tell me that you balanced his armor back. I'm not joking. He would kill certain enemies in just one hit. He was ridiculous. It didn't even matter. By the way, with so many followers, I tend to play the main character in a more magical supportive role, and I still plan to do that. I might lean a little bit more into doing a spell sword to balance it, but I mean, with so many. Thank goodness, follower distant adjustment so he's not down my back. The man was crazy, I'm telling you. He was wild, unstoppable. So that's Kaiden. To be fair, I also found Inigo to sometimes be a little bit too strong. I mean, it's just just how it is. Let's see. Man, the actual... Is there a better picture of Inigo down here? Looks like it. This is the armor I plan on perhaps putting him into, so maybe go with this one. Image okay, brown. Almost getting, we're getting through this. We're doing it. So here's the thing for Inigo. He is a Khajiit. He is one of the cat people. He is blue, but there are story reasons for it, and quite frankly, this is a fantasy game, once again. I don't find it too crazy. The thing with Inigo, I've played through his story before, and I thought it was okay, but his story is still incomplete. He's like a really old G follower. Let's see, over 7,000 unique lines of dialogue. I forgot to mention some of the followers like Kaiden and Zelzaz, and even I believe Inigo will read to you. I should have named him Tom. Oh, little valley cat. He is supposed to... Okay, this has always been a thing with me with Inigo. Inigo is skilled in archery and one-handed and sneak. He also, though, likes to wear, like, ebony heavy armor. And I always found that one a little clunky, to be honest, but... Yeah, there's that patch thing for Inigo because he's so old. His story has never been finished, and so a part of me wonders if, because I played through his story, even though he has unique dialogue with all other followers, if I should like put him aside because, you know, all I'm really getting is the new dialogue between him and his followers and not getting anything new within the gameplay. Also, some of his writing is a little old. What I mean by this is that it uses old Skyrim modding community humor, like how a lot of people used to poke fun at how Skyrim NPCs seem sometimes lackluster compared to, you know, these ones that have over thousands of lines of dialogue. You know, like, obviously they feel more fleshed out. So like there'll be dialogue between one of your first companions, Lydia, that's in the vanilla game, and Inigo, where Inigo will kind of mock Lydia's intelligence a little bit. And it's clearly not necessarily meant in a malicious way. It's not like he's talking down to her. It's purposely done in a rather kind of goofy manner because Inigo's a rather goofy follower in personality. He has a little, you can see down here at his waist, you might see the little outline of a jar and it has a dragonfly in it. Like, Inigo's a little bit goofy and a little bit delusional, okay? And he has a little dragonfly in a jar at his hip. It's called Mr. Dragonfly. That he talked to. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with Inigo, I'm sorry. When you first talk to him, he went through something very traumatic, and it makes him kind of like after the traumatic event, his memory was a little wonky, right? Like in some cases you can confirm that you are this person, but he mistakes you for somebody else that he accidentally or that he had harmed, right? And so he wants to make it up to you in that way because he thinks that you're someone that he has done wrong to. So unlike with Kaiden that becomes a bodyguard and Gore who begins to work as a mercenary with you, he is specifically like, oh my god, I think I hurt this person and I want to be a better person and I want to do right by them. That's a bit more like Inigo. Yeah, he has dialogue with a ton of followers, like I said. Redcap, Ari, which is going to come up later. The Serana dialogue add-on. What did it do? Yeah. with the old Kaiden mod, he had dialogue, but not with the revoiced. He sounds so damaged. He is kind of damaged. He's fun is kind of the thing with him. And I think that some people don't like the humor with it, which is fair. I mean, his humor doesn't always hit with me either, but it still, I think, to a degree is endearing. Let's see if there's any. Okay, he does have some stuff still. He's an older follower, but he still has some of the basic stuff that other followers get. Most custom followers that are of like Inigo or of like the quality that I've been talking about have a way to like find this follower if they somehow get lost, because Skyrim can sometimes be buggy, or you know, summon them to you and stuff, and Inigo still has that. Definitely became a favorite, Inigo. I mean, he's fun. He's just, how should I put this? It's like I said, it's mostly just some of the old humor for me, and some of the little humor, like the parts that for me can come off as cringe, come off as cringe more so in the sense that dad humor is cringe, right? like it could just like really not be your taste. I will say that Inigo also has probably one of the better, or the best voice acting for a Khajiit follower. Oh, and Inigo, I should say Redcap, Zelzaz, and Inigo are purely all platonic relationships. So, you know, don't expect anything with that there. They were always meant to be friends. Okay. Let me get to this. Okay, but I don't use this version of his model. I can show you the OG model, like I did with Kaiden. Before showing you the one that I use. This one's probably one of the most incomplete ones because he was in early stages when the mod author took a hiatus. So in that sense, maybe there's an aspect of, I don't know when this mod author is going to come back from hiatus, so I kind of want to play this follower because I don't I don't know when she's coming back, so I don't know when any bugs will be updated, and the bugs will only get worse the more Skyrim is updated. So it's like, do I play it now while there's minimal bugs and minimal issues I have to get through? Inigo love interest, that's fair. So this is Carolyn Thallery. That's the original model. And then this is the model I am using for him. He is one of the High Elf followers. There's some mixed reactions to him because basically the ruler, the king, or the, you know, the figure of the High Elves is, his last name is Thallery, so Carolyn is like the prince of the High Elves. And the idea behind his mod is that he has seen a lot of the horrible things his father has done, and he could never really get behind it. He looks like a dude. What can I say? But that's good. Okay. Look, when you look at some of the replaces for Skyrim, it's actually better when they actually look like a regular person than when they look crazy. There's like supermodels and stuff. So some people like aren't as convinced by the idea of like the prince or him being a prince and having that. I think it's okay, and it's been handled fairly well. Once again, this mod is in early stages. I think he still has his own personal quests and whatnot, and he has dialogue with Cash. Yeah, he only has 760 plus lines in comparison to the other followers that we've done that have like over 1,000 at the very least. I find him enjoyable. He has a romance quest line, which I think is actually very kind of unique and sweet from what I've seen, because Carolyn is actually asexual. He isn't a romantic, he's only asexual, so he isn't interested in sex, but he is interested in a romantic relationship. And so it was a very interesting and kind of also, once again, a refreshing thing to see in these kind of games. Originally, with the other Kaiden mod, you could actually get Carolyn to romance Kaiden instead of you, which is one of the first times I've ever seen that as well. I've never been able to matchmake two of my companions if I wanted to. Unfortunately, I can't do that now because we're going with Kaiden revoiced, and I think even like immersive features or something might have, like the extended edition also is updated past what this mod was doing. That was awesome. That was such a unique thing. I was like, my Dragonborn isn't the only one that can like be in a couple? It's crazy. How do you do that? But yes, that is Carolyn. In general, I like this person. They're called the sidekicks of Tamriel, and in general, I like quite a bit of their followers. Sorry, I forgot. One of the followers I had removed was actually from theirs, though, which was Varric. Varric was a Daedra worshipper, which there's a whole bunch of lore behind the Daedra. It's a type of deity within the Elder Scrolls for now. But he was a Daedra worshipper that was like an older silver fox man. Yeah. And had a lot of dad jokes on him. He was kind of fun. I removed him because I was a bit more interested in seeing stuff with Carolyn and Cash first. But also I think that he was starting to get buggy a little bit from what I remember, but maybe I'm not remembering that right, because it looks like Carolyn's getting more bugs than him. Anyways. Remove. Let's get onto Nebara. Or Nebara. No! Sorry. Just some of the art for this guide is not doing him justice. We're almost there. It's almost 7 now. The stream will probably end soonish. Hello, Kokichi. We're talking about Skyrim mods at the moment. I don't believe I've heard you before, so hello. Hope you're enjoying. If you were looking for Paper Mario, I streamed most of that earlier, and we have other Paper Mario, like I have the rest of the streams on my channel. So. This is the other High Elf follower, the Ultimer. He might be updated soon. His quest has been infamously kind of buggy, which is the reason why I was originally going to just remove him, but he's kind of fun. He's a bit more morally gray, and he has more biting, snarky humor to him. He, like, out of the group, he's the mean girl, okay? He can be a bit nasty, but it's also a little bit fun sometimes to have a companion that likes to stir stuff with other ones in a way that seems more fitting to passive aggression than to outright being insulting. Yeah, he has over 1,000 lines of dialogue. He has conversations with Zelzaz. I don't think he has... Sassy, yes. Dare I say he's a bit sassy. Yeah, he has dialogue with Zelzaz, Lucifer, and a different follower named Skeever. Skeever isn't gonna be on this. Lucifer we mentioned, so I'm just gonna say this is like one of the only contexts where I like Lucifer because him being mean to Lucifer for like no reason is one of the funniest out-of-pocket things. Like, Lucifer doesn't speak like a normal Argonian, similar to Zelzaz, which is kind of a, it's kind of a thing with the community, which is the problem. But he doesn't speak like a normal Argonian, and and Nabara is just like, what poor creature cursed you to be an Argonian? Like, he thinks he wasn't originally an Argonian, then he was cursed to be one. I don't know, he's just fun. He's more cynical than a lot of the other followers. Yeah, he normally wears this helmet. It's kind of it's almost meme-ish that you never get to see his face. Some mod replacers will add and give him like a really nice face and stuff like that, but I honestly kind of like the idea that he just keeps the mask on, especially because he introduces and gives you the name Nebera, because that name means basically like a stranger, outsider kind of thing, and he's like, that's he's like just keeping that distance with the player a little bit while also starting to like them. So that's him. I mean, I'm not sold on whatever, there's a character in vanilla Skyrim named Serana. She's from the Dawn Guard DLC, and she's voiced by Laura Bailey. And there's been this Serana dialogue add-on where they do a revoice and they try to expand upon the character. And so we're going to try that. I'm not sure on what replacer I'm going to use for her yet, so I'm not sure which one to show. But also you don't really have a reference to what she looks like in vanilla. Serana. I'll just show like appearance wise. This is Serana in vanilla Skyrim. She's a vampire lady. That isn't a spoiler because she's pretty much introduced from the moment you meet her as a vampire lady. So. One of the replacers I am considering for her she's not really supposed to be that old. Like, in a sense, yes, she is old. In another sense, she is not actually supposed to be that old, though. Like, sure, her looks are supposed to be younger because she was turned when she was younger. As far as we're aware. This is one of the replacers I'm considering for her at the moment. Where it keeps kind of true to her vanilla looks. And I mean, we're gonna like encounter Serana regardless if I use this modern kind of thing, so that's why I'm more hesitant to say things, because it spoils vanilla story as well. Okay, she's done. Ari's a different one that I'm debating. Different looks more. One sec. Can I pull up over here? One pet peeve of mine with some of these is how they, when they're doing replacers for elven followers, how they'll make the elven ears no longer look like ears that are actually from the Elder Scrolls, but from other stuff. Where is it? I'll just show you the default look for Ari for now. So Ari is a Bosmer or Wood Elf follower. She's actually meant to be like a character from the Elder Scrolls, which is nice and refreshing too. I know all these characters are like ones that can fit into the Elder Scrolls, but like hers is like really specifically built on some of the lore for the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves in the Elder Scrolls do not eat meat at all. It's like a pact they have with Ifri, their nature god. Or not meat, I mean they don't eat green at all. They, complete opposite, my bad. They don't eat any plant life because it's like they want to protect the plant life. Instead, they exclusively eat meat, and this even extends into cannibalism for some. In which Ari will, does eat people too. She has and will eat people. So... There's this one. There's a replacer I've used for her before, which is... yeah. But I appreciate them going hard into like instead of being like they're like peaceful nature people, it's like no, that they're like cannibalistic and like they can be crazy. By the way, there's a couple minor mods that I have installed, and one of them is for a mod where the Dragonborn in vanilla Skyrim has no choice in one mod but to partake in cannibalism. And I say, no, I don't really want to do that, and most of my characters probably wouldn't want to do that. So I got a mod where I can just be like, nah, I'm not doing that. Bye. So... yeah, she also has a romance to her. Let's see. I enjoy that you could also challenge her a little bit on the whole cannibalism thing and how it makes other people feel, or some of her cultural ideas, but in a respectful way. But obviously she herself, in a sense, can be more morally gray. She's more tied to her culture than to like a good or bad moral compass. At least in my experience. She has romance! Oh, the Serana dialogue add-on also adds a romance, but Serana isn't marryable in the original game. And kind of for good reason, so I kind of want to respect that, but we will see. What, you don't want to romance a cannibal? You don't want meat breath? Look, some people like crazy. Let's see. I mostly like her dialogue in terms of with other followers and how well she fits into the world. I don't think there was anything in her quest that, like, at least from what I played through, that stuck out too much to me. It was more so her interactions with others within the party that was kind of fascinating to listen to. Let's see. On her mod page, it's not really giving too much about her specifically either, honestly. I think it's like just play the mod and figure out yourself kind of idea. Where's the... It doesn't really... Her stuff isn't necessarily supposed to look like that, but she will, like, have some of that humor. It's more like, if she, like, kills a bandit or something, it's, like, a part of her religion to then take a chomp. Or it's like if somebody, like in her culture, the idea of like if somebody passes away, you then like cook their ashes into a stew and like eat or something. Look, it doesn't appeal to me either, and I don't really want to romance her, but Yeah, there we go. She stays single. But I'm just saying that it isn't as cut and dry as just like she's feral. Dude, well, actually though, nah, never mind. That's one of the looks for her. That's like her default look, which I think is actually kind of fine. It's okay, but there's some others. I have in the silent playthrough. I used I used this one. But I think it's especially too pretty for kind of what I'm going for at the moment. So where is it? Darn it. Man, there's too many replacers for her. Where's... That'd be crazy, they want the cannibal. I also respect that she doesn't have like a vanilla traditional marriage to her. Instead, it's more like a more casual thing, if you will. I believe the mod author herself at some point had mentioned something about how it's like, this character is not meant to be your little housewife cook. You know, that's not her personality. Oh, whatever. We'll find it at a different point. But I had found one that felt a bit more accurate to what you were doing. Ramiel, she was actually one of the only followers I got kind of mad at, so I'm kind of interested to see how this goes. To be fair, I had trouble getting her working, so probably some of that irritation also rubbed off onto her. But I remember getting really annoyed at her dialogue with Gore, because I didn't appreciate that she talked down to Gore a bit in their first meeting. Like, how should I put this? Nabara has always been quite a snarky follower to pretty much everybody, including the player character, so I wasn't surprised that he snarked at other people. But when I remember when Gore was like just kind of like unsure of her, like, oh, we have this person joining the party now, she was like, well, I paid your companion and stuff like that, and I was like, oh geez, what the heck, why are you treating him like this? I did not appreciate that. I heard their dialogue gets better, but I just did not like that initial thing, and she pissed me off from that. So yeah, let's get more into her stuff. She is the Dwemer specialist, so she has a lot of unique dialogue for Dwarven Ruins, and she isn't going to be a frontliner. She is a Breton, which I normally play Breton characters, but she isn't a spellcaster, and normally Bretons have a magical affinity. But I think that's supposed to be a part of her backstory. Once again, I couldn't play her quest because it bugged out. Yeah, over 5,000 lines of dialogue. works off of custom followers. There's some. So she has, you know, Zelda as Ari, Red Cap, the Serana Dialogue add-on. Some lines with some followers that are from interesting NPCs, which I have installed. She has some lines with Gore. She has lines with Cash. So she has lines of pretty much everybody. This is her vanilla look. Like her base look. Oh no, did I accidentally close this? Her replacer that I am using is this one. I don't know, I feel like it probably gets better kind of as you go along, or if I even was able to have the initial quest with her, maybe I would have gone more attached and therefore more allowing of her being a little bit mean, but I was just like... Let's see. I'm just checking her stuff. Come on, what's some stuff about her? Remiel is a Breton Dwemer specialist. She hails from way west, which is a place in High Rock, which is where Bretons are from. Having explored her fill of Dwemer ruins in High Rock, she has moved on to explore Skyrim. The only problem is she's not much of a fighter and will need your help to see that all that Skyrim has in store for her. She also comes with a little Dwemer spider named Scrap. It's like, oh my god, big pig Scrap, how many little extra add-ons do I get? I actually don't, like, minor thing, I actually don't tend to like when follower mods come with extra little companions. Or, like, even horses, honestly, because I tend to run around Skyrim instead of using the horses. And I normally have a lot of followers, so I don't want to add even more clutter to my followers with a little spider. Or a little big pig. But things happen. Okay, it doesn't look like there's too much more I can say about her. Let's get Cash. We're finally at the last one. Yes. I feel like there's not a ton of good angles for Cash. Let's do this one. Oh, wait, what? There we go. This is Cash. She's a little teenage Argonian. All lost in Skyrim. That's silly lost, but you kind of get what I mean. There's plenty of dialogue with the other followers. Let's see. Yeah, an Argonian that isn't a very good Argonian because she's never been to Blackmarsh, she doesn't know. Cash is a young girl who has a knack for adventuring, hunting, and braiding. Since she is new to the province of Skyrim, she is waiting inside Sleeping Giant Inn in Riverwood for someone to travel with. Fair warning, Cash is still just a kid. If you're looking for a companion that is quiet, calm, and collected, Cash isn't the right choice. But if you're looking for someone that will curse out her enemies, speak her mind, and even be a bit loud, she's the friend you're looking for. Cash has a detailed character and backstory, blah blah blah. Okay. I remember her actually being a kind of enjoyable kid companion in comparison to other ones that you may have played with. I find that she remains accurate to being a kid while not being overly annoying. And I remember starting to grow fond of her. Obviously, I shouldn't have to say this, but obviously not a romance, okay? She's a teenager, even me. She's like a kid though. Also, I do like though, in base Skyrim, you have a Hearthfire DLC where you can adopt kids, but because the kids recycle dialogue, it starts to feel very shallow. You don't actually feel like you have a connection as much to some of the kids, sometimes. But so actually being able to have almost a parental or guiding relationship to a younger follower is kind of fun. Which is also not entirely common because most, I mean, just, I was thinking about recently how like, I'm like, man, I think some like gamers just don't like kids. Like, yes, kids can be obnoxious and stuff, but they're also like 12. Like the kids in Skyrim, like people have like mods to make the kids non-essential so you can beat them up, and I'm like, yes, some kids are like obnoxious, but they're also like, it's like a rich 12-year-old who is like barely socialized and hasn't been told no. Of course they're like this. It isn't like necessarily fun, but I don't want to like kill the kid because he's a little bit of a snot. Crazy thing with some some like gamers just not liking him. There was my friend Mari also recently played through a Monster Hunter game. Where like she was like warned that this kid was super obnoxious and stuff, and she's like, oh, I found that he's actually pretty well written. And he's like, alright. Yeah, mods that allow everyone to be catching hands. Yeah. Cash, we've already mentioned some of the other dialogue that she has crossed over with, but she also has dialogue with Carolyn. And that is all the followers that are up to consideration. It seems like you rather like Inigo, so maybe I do end up keeping him. You're not as fond of Ari, which is kind of fair, and, you know, I'll keep that in mind. I don't necessarily have to... Sorry for if the tapping went into the mic. I don't necessarily have to keep it as like 5 girls and 5 guys. Like, I can change that as well. I just find that there's less representation for good or good quality female follower mods, so which is why I feel more inclined to like keep them, I suppose, in a sense. Like to try them out. Have Ari, she's cool, or have like wait, which girl? Serana, Ari, Remiel, or Cash? Ari? Okay. Let's see, I think the tougher one is more so around, I want to keep Zelzaz and Gore. And then, like, Redcap, Kaiden, Inigo, and Carrie are all around this area of the Mexicans. Are all around this area of, like, I want to play with them, but also, like, I wasn't sure. But you want Inigo, so we'll keep Inigo, which kind of leaves Redcap, Kaiden, and Carolyn. We could replace, I think the thing is Remiel has dialogue with the other ones, which makes me also inclined to keep her over, but we do have another option for a female follower. We're just gonna miss out on whatever Remiel dialogue there is. Here she is. Where's the... There's a specific replacer for her that I like. No, not that one. This one. But I mean, she still looks fine. Normally, she's an orc. She's supposed to... You don't have to make your orc super pretty. This is... Yazak? Y-A-Z-A-K-H. Yeah, Yazak. She is an orc. She is a poet. She's like a writer, and she's going through a bit of a stint right now. She's a member of the Bards College. I kind of love the idea of an emo orc poet, but maybe that's just me. Doesn't have as much lines as some of the others. She has over 1,000 though, which is still more than I think Carolyn. There is a replacer for her that still kind of keeps her orc features while keeping her more in line with the replacers I'm putting on the others, where she looks like this. Minus the outfit. The outfit is not something I'm I'm putting in, but okay. So, but I can probably, I don't know, maybe put her in place of Remiel or one of the other girls if they, you know, don't click or we don't don't care for as much of their descriptions, or we want to see her over them. And then one of the other interesting ones that came out recently that I think I might want to wait just till it's like patched because it is new is there is a pirate one. This guy named Val Serrano. And he doesn't really have a dialogue with other people yet. I don't think he does anyway. Yeah, I don't think he does. He is a possibly romanceable, you know, story and romance. Where's the basic? Val faces the world with his wits at the ready, and while he'd rather charm his way out of conflict, he won't back down from a fight. His trust is not easily won, but it's yours But once it's yours, he'll venture at your side as your friend and optionally as your lover. He's quite comfortable navigating the underworld of Tamriel and darker quests, but Val has a unique moral compass from his upbringing among Dunmer. You may discover he doesn't always agree with you for some unusual reasons as you adventure together. He's his own master who takes suggestions rather than blindly following orders. Besides, you'll soon discover that he has his own problems to solve. So that's on his stuff. He does have other replacers, but I haven't looked at them yet, so. I know we went through a lot of them, so I'm going to mark down here. So here, I believe, is all the... Well, I'll add Nabara here too. Here was all the guys that I covered. And then for the girls, I did... Ari, Ramil, and Cash. A lot of them have their own kind of affinity systems in terms of what you say. He especially seems to have some sort of affinity system. Like just in the descriptions that you were given, it's like this top option will probably be something like this and whatever. But yes, he does seem more on the complicated side, which is fun. Let's see, I would say Gore, Zelzaz, possibly Kaiden, and I assume Carolyn probably have their own... Maybe not Carolyn because he's just such an early follower, but like they have their own moral compasses. I feel like Inigo is a little bit of a yes man for the main character because he feels so guilty about what he did to them and he's kind of willing to go along with whatever. And I don't know if Redcap has that either. Serana dialogue add-on, I have seen stuff where she will be willing to disagree with you. I haven't seen anything for Ari disagreeing with you, but she's also like kind of crazy and you can't, yeah, Shiku, as you put it. She's more morally gray than that. Remiel also seemed to have some form of affinity and not doing whatever you want. She doesn't seem to like necromancy, is an example I saw. And then there's Cash, and I don't know if Cash is of the, she's a kid. I mean, I'm sure there's certain things that she wouldn't want you to do, but I think she's also kind of impressionable. So you would want to be a good influence, I suppose, for her. But look at how many, and I have to whittle down to like 10. My god. Ah. I need to probably eat and catch up with my family at this point. This ended up being over an hour long. So, I will start ending the stream, but I'll, like, while the stream is ending, the chat will still be here. So if you have any, like, last minute, like, which followers do you prefer? Put them down now kind of thing while I go check in and I'll come back come back up kind of thing. See it and we'll be good. It'll be good. Sorry, I'm a little tired. But I will see you in a bit. Bye.